All right, we got that set up. How's everyone doing tonight? The evening has just begun, I suppose. We're going to get started here with some game dev, some C++, Linux, raylib, because that's my shit. It's my shit right now, anyway. We're going to start here in a little bit. I gotta take care of a couple things first. Well, let's before we do anything too crazy here. Let's go ahead and get the editor open and start from LibLogic. Why not? I haven't looked at LibLogic in quite a while. Oh yeah, we wanted. I'm already like doing shit. I really started the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna take a minute. Honestly, I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna medicate. Probably get another soda. Just ate a big bowl of black beans, corn, and rice. Sounds kind of plain, but honestly, I tricked it out reasonably well enough that it kind of hit the spot. It's my first time actually doing that. I don't normally fuck with beans. I don't like beans normally, but just having the fundamental understanding that rice plus beans equals complete protein, and knowing that like that's one of the primary things I'm lacking in my diet is just like really solid, consistent, large amounts of protein. I mean, what better way to get it than from a plant-based source, right? You got the benefit of like I think people have more digestive issues with meat as they get older than other people might. Like when you're younger, it's like, whatever. As you get older, unless you're doing a really good job of like curating your input, shit don't come out right. Literally. So, like I said, I'm going to take a few minutes here, get started, be like, welcome to Evil Dojo. We will be starting soon. That sounds right. I already did audio check and everything. Everything sounds good. I don't want any motherfuckers telling me shit ain't working right, because I'm gonna do my best talking to this fucking fat ass piece of metal that I got right here. Yeah, I would have gotten started earlier, but it's been quite a beginning of the month. So every so often you're gonna see me flash some shit like this. I apologize if that's annoying as fuck, but I gotta hijack your brain a little bit. You know what I mean? It's kind of what all of us here are doing a little bit to a certain extent. There's this engagement type situation going on. And I don't mean like marriage, but in a way you could think of it as a union of sorts. So we're gonna go and take care of what we gotta take care of. I'm gonna set you up with some fat ass music and hang out, jam, vibe. You know, if you don't like the music, fucking put it on mute. I'll try to make it obvious when I'm actually talking and shit, because I'll mute the music and all that stuff. First of all, do we have chatters right now? We got a few views already. Fuck. I got a few people up in this. I like it. And it's going up. Let's fucking go. Alright, guys. We're starting soon. I'm gonna keep good on my promise here. Give me like 5-10 minutes. Something like that. In the middle of the stream, I'm gonna, of course, have to take care of my baby girl, and I'll probably reposition myself so I'm sitting on that couch. But the camera angle is pretty good, right? Like, I'm in my chair in front of my desk right now, and I could just basically move the microphone and my keyboard over to the couch if Gracie decides that she wants me right next to her, which she probably will when she wakes up. She's having a post-dinner siesta. So let's kick it.
Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow.
Hey you, I've been looking for you everywhere. So cold, you can't even feel my stare. Why try? I can do the shit anyway. So, cash in hand, we ain't got no time to play. Oh no, no.
motherfucking top beat. Motherfucking coffee. Ain't not a person in the world who can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I am the motherfucking toppy. I need my motherfucking coffee. Ain't not a person in the world who can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I am the motherfucking zombie. I need my motherfucking coffee. Ain't not a person in the world who can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I am the motherfucking zombie. I need my motherfucking coffee. Ain't not a person in the world who can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I am the motherfucking zombie. In the world who can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I am the motherfucking zombie. I need my motherfucking zombie. I need my motherfucking coffee. 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 Can stop me. The corporate world is the devil, I am godly. As long as I got my coffee, I'm the motherfucking zombie.
All right. Y'all can hear me, right? Okay. Where do we begin? I had a couple thoughts, right? First, let's actually run the game. Wait. Gotta move my mouse over here. There we go. So actually, I got a couple thoughts, right? In the very beginning, when you get to the character creation screen, I currently have like this red box. It's meant to be a placeholder, because it is. But we do want the hero to be drawn inside of that and animated, right? And I was thinking, what's the best way to do this? Because I have the means to do it now in a certain way, but I'm not sure that it's like the best way. But it's probably something that's worth trying. And actually, it kind of incentivizes me to do something else. So, in the old code base, in the original the original version, the C version of Project RPG, when I was rolling my own data structures, I implemented a hash table, effectively like a dictionary in Python, or in C++ terms, a an unordered set, or no, sorry, a an unordered map, or just a regular map. Cops are coming down the highway. They're coming for me. I didn't do it. I swear. Anyway. Ooh, that felt good. Ooh. I was originally doing this with my own data structures. And this turns out to be like incredibly fucking cumbersome. Anytime you want to create like a new map type, you have to fucking manually implement it. And I'm not about to do any sort of crazy macro wizardry or like abuse of the preprocessor to achieve that end either, which to a certain degree one could argue that that's kind of what C++ does to begin with, but at least the syntax is nice, and at least I don't have to fuck with any of that shit myself. But I'm still currently using this. This is actually being used by libdraw, right? So libdraw is like the mastermind behind all of the drawing for like every frame of the game, right? So all this shit, the text boxes, the actual characters, the animation, the handling of the drawing of the actual cursor icon there, the bouncing, is actually kind of baked into certain sprites. And I kind of at a certain point want to actually like maybe try manually implementing some sort of like periodic like up and down type movement without it having to be like baked into the sprite itself, which would actually be kind of like a micro optimization. And I kind of like that shit, to be honest. That's like, I feel like a lot of that is a big motivation for what it is that I aim to do at the end of the day with not only this project, but like any project in general, is to kind of like examine the field of options for like how to do something and then figure out like, well, what's the like cleanest and fastest way to get started, and then from there like find situations that may or may not exist for your use case where you figure out, what do I actually want to build? You know, like a lot of people will just be like, oh, use this or use that, and it's like, well, okay, but what are you trying to make? And sometimes certain things lend themselves to being like better than others for a particular task. But at the end of the day, all of these tools are built upon the same principles and the same systems that, you know, I've used to create this situation here. And I'm not the only person. Like anybody capable of following a tutorial can do this. All right? Like, this isn't fucking magic science. This is just pure ass follow the instructions, you know, paint by numbers type shit. However, like using those processes, you can kind of sometimes do creative problem solving where like the association of data structures in the game world with like their relationship to the on-screen objects, you can like attempt to find like unique situations where you come up with a novel way to like handle a particular asset. Um, I'm just kind of like spitting game. Maybe I'm talking a little bullshit, but at the end of the day, it's like I didn't get here by like following anything more than my good instincts. And that led me actually like a year ago, over a year ago, like a year and a half ago at this point, a viewer on YouTube commented on my game development videos because I was working in libSDL before raylib, and they asked me why I wasn't using raylib. I said, okay, I'll uh I'll check out raylib. And actually, like two of my oldest videos on raylib in general are actually some of my most popular videos on this channel. So, like, not only did that kind of like create this feedback loop where like it signaled to me that like this was a good decision, not only because I was getting like the extra viewership and attention, which further drives more people to use raylib to begin with, which is great because honestly I really like raylib. It's a pretty strong API, and it plugs into C and C++ as well as Rust and a bunch of other languages, and you've got options. It's like if you don't like raylib, you could use libSDL. If you don't like libSDL, I think there's libsfml, if I'm not mistaken. I actually met like at least one IRL dude who uses it, and I've never like done anything with it. And it's like sometimes those people are out there where they use a tool that's totally like way against the grain or like not the most popular tool, and everyone's got their reasons for why they prefer using one thing over another. But a lot of people, and this is not like a problem in programming, this is like a problem in like almost every area of life, where you got like these people that are just so fucking follow the crowd, like do what everyone else is doing, like you got like we got to fit in. It's like they're trying to like put on this image of like conforming to certain norms, and like in a lot of ways pretending to be someone that they may not actually be underneath the hood. And I'm just like, I can't even fake liking certain tools. It's like there's just a certain thing about like fucking, you have to feel out your own preferences. Like everyone's gonna have like different like wants and needs, and like how they feel about using certain tools. We're getting some attention over here. Holy shit. Okay, so where do we begin here? I'm just kind of rambling a little bit, but like I have a point here. Um, One of the things that I had the idea to actually do, as far as like cleaning shit up goes, libdraw is a big ass fucking file. So at some point, and this might be one of the first things that we like start stepping towards, is pulling these individual functions out into their own source files, which might have a kind of like unique effect in terms of like this whole project. And what I'm anticipating is that delivery of files to LLM tools will be more efficient as a result of having functions separated across files. The problem that this is going to create for me is actually about like the make file. Because every time I pull out a function from that, I'm going to have to like wire up the new file with like new rules. And so at the end of the day, if I go through the process of pulling out every single function into its own file, it's going to like really create like a very brutal make file situation, right? But we might also get certain benefits through that hard work where compilation speed for changes will be a lot faster. Further, as I said earlier, like file delivery to the LLM tools will be a lot more efficient. Should result in like reduced token usage. People really like seeing the game up. Here, let me have a hit off my vape, and then the other thing that I was gonna do with regards to the self-implemented hash table is that I really think that I need to just go through the fucking hard work of converting it over to use the STL, because then I'll have like a level of uniformity across the entire project where the STL will be in use in all of the places it could be most effectively used at the moment, and I'll have also reduced my dependency upon like doing things the old way, which on one level you have to consider the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But on the other hand, they actually did reinvent the wheel over time. They always tell you not to reinvent the wheel, but like I'm starting to feel like that's kind of a form of gatekeeping. You know what I mean? Like, real talk. Because if you never take the time to even explore if the wheel can be reinvented, you never take a chance to shoot your shot. You never come out with like we wouldn't have fucking like super high grade tires. Like we wouldn't have like special equipment that allows you to like easily traverse like off terrain type situations. Don't reinvent the wheel, my ass. Fuck. That's like one of the biggest lies I've ever been told. Chatter asks, when did I start this project? It depends. It depends on what you consider the beginning. Because I had an incarnation of this project on iOS in 2013. It's always been my dream to make something in this direction. Over time, it's taken time to figure out, for me anyway, what the best set of tools are going to be in order to achieve a certain end. And in the very beginning, when I was like getting my first like start in like post-college career, I found myself doing iOS freelance app development. And I somehow managed to sidestep like learning any of like Apple's UI kit stuff because I came across a library called Cocos 2D. So for those who don't know, Cocos 2D is an iOS software development kit for making games. It's come a long way since I last fucked with it. And the way that they do things now might be totally different than they were when I was originally fucking with that API. I actually have game code on my GitHub from that time to reference this story. That was some real shit that happened. Unfortunately, the game didn't get far enough in a time frame that, the person who was paying me at the time decided to cut my funding and put me in a kind of a tight spot. I ended up moving back home, but shortly after I got my first stab at a corporate job, so can't say that it was totally bad in the long run, but at the same time, it did offset my efforts by a bit. But sometime like working at that job, I came across this tutorial on C++ game development in libstl by a guy called LazyFoo. And if you haven't read that tutorial, I highly recommend it. It really kind of laid out the foundations that I was missing from having gone to college on like what I needed to do in order to make a game. There were certain primitives, certain fundamentals that I was lacking. I didn't understand interactions with the window, how to even create a window. Turns out usually you need an API unless you want to do it raw yourself. And because I like the idea of writing like a portable code base, raylib kind of offers me this like ability to build the code on Mac, Windows, Linux, and I can even publish to the web. So there's been some significant upgrades since migrating from libstl to raylib, but a lot of the fundamental principles still kind of apply. Make a window, you draw to it, you read some input, and then you update the state of the world. And you do this until the window closes, or the game shuts down or something like that. So I was talking about moving functions out as well as changing the hash table over. So I want to do a test function just to kind of like get the process down. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be kind of like a very procedural, brain dead type activity once I've kind of worked out the exact workflow. Because I feel like talking about it before doing it ends up helping, which is funny because when I'm interviewing with like tech companies, there's always so much pressure to like explain what you're gonna do before you do it. But as you can see, I'm kind of like a laid back dude at heart. And I like to take it easy and just take my time to think about things before I really commit to them. Because there's nothing worse than like coding blind, right? With like actually out, or like without actually having taken the time to like really think about like your implementation details and your steps. Someone says greetings from. Greetings from Italy. Holy shit. Thank you for joining the stream. I do appreciate it. I can't really, like, I don't have that much connection to Italy, but my mom dated a dude who was as she described, a New York Italian. And she learned how to make spaghetti from this guy. And then she taught me. So that's my, other than, I mean, I don't know if you count Super Mario. He's Italian. Not trying to make jokes on a country or nothing like that, but at the same time, we gotta take it all with a grain of salt. I think Italy's a great country. I think it's very cool. The peninsula, very similar to the peninsula that I grew up on. Although a much bigger one. to do some code. I don't give a fuck if y'all drop out viewers. Whatever. Let's take a look at the terminal. Alright, we got a few things to clean up. There we go. Now, we're going to make a new branch. LibLogic function moves. In other words, we're moving functions from LibLogic. Pretty straightforward. So next, I can't read the chat from here. I'll have to get up to look at it in a minute. But I imagine this to be a two-step process. Or maybe three. We're going to do a little test move here. Draw character creation screen is going to get its own file. Lib draw character creation screen dot C. Paste. All right, so we got a few more errors to fix here. It's not going to be hard. So massert is my own custom little assertion dealy. Let's see what else we've got here. It doesn't like that for some reason. Why? Include memory. And we're going to say using std shared pointer. Game state. Let's see. Oh, I made it as a C file. Whoops. I'm gonna make it a CPP file. My bad. Okay, so now it's yelling a lot less. We have to include libgame defines, and that's it. So the code's all good. So that's like one step. So because of the way that the build system works, we don't have to like declare. I mean, we do have to. I'm gonna leave the declaration over in libdraw, but because we now have a function in two locations, we need to isolate this by, just for historical reasons, I'm gonna comment out everything to start with. Next, we're going to verify that we have a signature. So that function's right here. It's no longer static because it's not inside of the same file. But we're declaring that we're going to be using this anyway, so that, like, in the final executable that gets created, or the final like build, the compiler has to like have some sort of reference to this function, which is where the .o file that we're going to set up a makefile rule for comes into play. So when libdraw gets built, it doesn't necessarily have to have like any sort of like link or reference to the functions that it's calling. We don't need that until the final step. So one thing that we're able to do, draw character creation. Boom. So now we have a rule for that file. So when this object file gets built, this object files get built, they don't have any awareness of each other. That doesn't happen until the final step of the compilation process, right here. So in order for the final game binary to like know that all those other things exist, we gotta copy that rule over for .o, or at least add it to our list of things right here. This could probably be done a little bit better, but it works. Let's test things out. Let's see if my assertions are correct and how much shit I have to fix. Undefined reference. I think libdraw might have to come first. Oh no, it's still not liking that. I might have to include it at the time of the build of libdraw, actually. Undefined reference. Countdown to me actually using LLMs for this. Yeah, I don't think that you actually need that, but I would have thought adding the object file first would have satisfied. Oh, wait. Did I leave it as static? I did. Okay, that's the problem. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Everything's gravy, baby. We got that shit cooked. So, last time, one of the things that I started working on that I never finished that we need to actually start stepping towards to is the inventory, which I talked about in terms of like building out a grid. And I still haven't quite figured out the real best way to manage all that stuff. So one of the things that we could think about doing. First, I need to actually commit this code, because that was a successful experiment. And now we can actually go into here. And we can actually get rid of all this code. I like cleaning up stuff, making sure it's nice and neat. These are functions that we're eventually going to come back to because of the way that things get rendered when you like equip items and when you actually like attack and block and things like this. The ordering of the layers actually does matter a lot. So I've been working out like the best way to kind of handle that. And that's another reason that I want to migrate the hash table from the old system to a new one, is that it would give me more control over how like certain sprites are accessed, which would allow like the layering to be like a lot easier, more easily done. Um, yeah, I think we're good to commit. There's all the changes that we made. We actually I could clean up the make file a little bit too. I'm gonna have to update the web sources as well. Yeah, I get it. The make file is the most boring part of the whole thing. You don't have to tell me twice. I see the numbers dropping off right now. Like, put the sprites back on screen. Give me a minute. All right, there we go. There. Everything's okay. Check it out. It's pretty clean. So we're going to go and add everything that we just did there. We're going to check out master. We're going to merge with function moves. We're going to delete that branch, and then we're good. And that's a full cycle for moving code out from one file and into another. Just really basic, good coding practice type shit. I know y'all want to see that game again. All right, so we got basic movement, right? I can pick up an item. I can change direction without consuming a turn. I can push boxes. And actually, the boxes kind of have this really funny kind of like pendulum effect, where if you push the box and there's a box on the other side of the box, like the last box in the chain gets pushed. And I'm like, oh, that's real interesting. I didn't even intend on that happening. So that's kind of like a really fun mechanic that can kind of like be played with. And I can make decisions on whether or not, like, in practice, I don't think actually this should happen. But it is kind of interesting. And I'm trying to think of like situations where I have boxes or something like boxes. Probably not boxes themselves, because boxes should really be behaving in a way where, like, if I push this box two spaces away, and then I push this into this, and then I try to push again, it shouldn't push either of them, right? Like, that's going to be some code that I actually have to fucking update. And actually, the reason this happens, yeah, is because of the implementation. So that would be kind of a low-hanging fruit to fix, right? Box pushing fix. So we're going to fix the box pushing. Let's take a look at lib logic. Excuse me. Excuse me. Is that the only location where that shit fucking appears? Do I not even check? Well, hold on. So, all right, try entity move. This is where tile has box. Okay, so I'm not properly handling like the mechanics of like pushable, right? So pushable is actually a component. Over here we have all the defined components. Pushable was actually the most recently defined one. Not all of these probably even should be components. But what I am thinking, it might even easier to like go ahead and do the sprite thing than deal with this right now. For some reason, I actually wasn't expecting that. But then again, I'm also kind of not surprised because so like try entity move basically like for any given entity attempts to move it in the desired direction. So you can pass in like vectors representing xy. So really like what we need to be doing for the components is like when try entity move occurs, we need to check to see if we're moving into an entity. And if we are, then we need to check to see if that entity is pushable. If the entity is pushable, then this is what actually should occur. So the player gets blocked and it returns false. In other words, it's a failed move. But the thing in front of him ends up getting pushed. But what should happen with that box is that we shouldn't actually call try entity move because it would have that effect unless we have some way to like pass down a chain of function calls, like information about like this try entity move should actually only occur if, because not every box may have a pushable, you know, like we're not even checking to see if it has the pushable component on it. So I need to fix that. We need to check to see if the tile in front of the box is open before we actually like achieve a real movement. I have to piss like a motherfucker though. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back with the Mac attack. What's up with that? She's Grace. I see in Dreamland all up in the place. All right. Let's get something done here. Let's see. We have A-lock. A-lock is the result of taking the input vector and adding it directly to the location of the entity. I also realized too that this is when I originally wrote this function, it's under the implication that vec3 is a vector containing a direction or a unit vector. Or yeah, vec3 is a unit vector. In other words, the x and y component on that, or the x, y, and z, should all be like 1 or -1 or 0. Because for multi-tile movement, I'm going to handle it differently. Because there will be the implication of, is the entity moving multiple tiles in one turn? Or is the entity teleporting from one tile to another? You know, like moving 2 tiles in one turn versus like teleporting across 2 tiles versus moving there 1 turn at a time. I check to see if the tile in front of the box. Because if there's a second box in front of another box, we don't want the box that you're pushing to like cause the box in front of that box to move forward, which is currently what's happening. But we're gonna fix that. So to get the tile in front of that box, similar to how we calculated A lock, we're gonna get the box's location. So there's our box location. Oh, it's funny. Some chatter mentioned Lua. Long time ago, I actually had a Lua engine implemented underneath the hood using liblua. I was attempting to like try and manage some of this shit using Lua, and it was probably more difficult than it needed to be. It was a cool experiment, and I liked the direction it was heading. And maybe in the future, I might actually come back and like add Lua back in. That's my phone's ringtone. Notification, whatever. So we get the box's location. So we compute location of the box of the location like in front of that box. We have to get the tile at the new location. Let's see. Yeah, it's been a long time. Where did... Yeah, okay, we called it dungeon. G pointing to dungeon, pointing to... Um, Oh, okay, it's D get floor. Um, D playing dungeon, and then way to crack floor. Oh, we pass it a vector 3. Okay, convenient. Okay, so now that we have the new tile, we need to check to see that the tile has no entities on it. Where the hell? Oh, dungeon tile. Okay. So tile add, tile remove. Right, right. Um, See if there's a function for like we have it has live NPCs, and I say that because like sometimes you might need to check if tile has NPCs as opposed to just like generic entities. But sometimes you might want to like see that like there is or is not an entity on there. For a long time, we were really only focused on like living or dead NPCs, but now we actually kind of have a utility for like just getting a raw count of how many entities in general are on a particular tile. So this actually incentivizes some like really kind of like clean coding that I can do right now. Because like here we're getting we actually like I had the idea to like implement a cache so that like it wasn't constantly having to like do a count of like entities every single loop through, and we might even have to do a similar thing for this. But first, let's clean up this file a little bit. I don't like all that std shit, so we're gonna say using std shared pointer and vector. Now I can get rid of these things. fact, it blasts through. Nothing broke, so we're okay there. Gosh, what's oh yeah, okay. We actually had this at one point. I don't know why I commented it out. But it turned out that I wasn't using it, maybe? Okay. And actually, what we might end up wanting to do in practice is there might actually be situations where we want the box to be pushed even if there's an entity. It's like, for instance, maybe you push the box on top of a sword that's floating there. I don't know. It would be kind of weird if the sword as like an item were blocking the movement of another object like that, right? It's just a little weird nuanced detail. But for right now, we'll do this. So tile entity count is what we're going to use over and lib logic. Excuse me. If tile entity count equals 0, then crime. So that should actually fix that. So now when I push a box and it collides with another box, we should no longer have that pendulum effect. Or not pendulum, but you know what I mean. I forget what those things are called. It's kind of a pendulum in a way. You know, like at the doctor's office, it's like you got the balls and they bounce off of each other back and forth. I forget what those are called. All right. Moment of truth. Okay. Works as expected. So now when you push a box into another box, you're fucked. You can obviously move up into a corner and then push down that way. And then, you know, do that kind of thing still. But as you can see, the bug is fixed. I'm pretty happy with that result. What do y'all think? That wasn't too bad, right? That wasn't too intimidating. People are so afraid of code. I don't get it. This is closer to the original entity system. This new one, I ran into a problem during initial implementation. So this one, anytime that I have an idea for a new entity, or sorry, a new component, I just create a new map and then add like a set of functions, and then I'm free to like use that component wherever I need to. And it can be very case by case basis. The new entity system was actually kind of like an experiment with like vibe coding out a C++ meta template. And it was designed in a way where like, instead of having like all of that code that you have to add in for like a new component, every single time that you want to add a new component in, you just add like a few extra lines instead. And while it worked in theory, I did run into a actual problem that the old system kind of solves. The problem being, if you attempt to access an entity in the new system and the entity doesn't exist, there's no like way to customize it very easily to like handle different like component types. So like, in other words, each map in the old system, this system, each like map in game state representing each component type is like a map of entity ID to some other data type. So I remember I first ran into a problem in the new system when I realized, oh shit, like what happens if like two components use the same data type? I was trying to create like a map of maps, and if you created like a sub map in that map, that's like a map of entity ID to like integer for like health, and then like also entity ID and then integer to like MP, then there would be a data type collision. So it had to kind of figure out a way around this, and what it ended up doing was figuring that we can create a mapping of like additional types to their like representative types. And what that would allow me to do is, like, anytime I had a new component, all I had to do was say like health equals integer, or magic points equals integer. And that way you could create like a map of like entity ID to like health, or like entity ID to like magic points. And so that created kind of like a really natural way to like not only like instantiate the new maps, but also to access them. So that was cool. But here's the problem I ran into. So under such a generic system, what do you think happens if the entity doesn't exist for a given map when you try to pass it a certain entity ID? What if the entity doesn't exist in that map? It fucking throws an exception. Yeah. And I don't want no exceptions. I don't have to handle no exceptions. It's been like a big philosophy thing since college that, like, outside of like Python, right? Like outside of like Java, outside of those languages, when you're working with something like C or C++, you want to deal with errors. You don't want to deal with exceptions. All right, so okay, knocking the things out. Box pushing mechanics updated. This is a big ass function, right? A bunch of old code in there too. So let's actually do the ripping out process for this function as well. Oh, fun. Liblog. Excuse me. We'll call it liblogic try entity. It's similar to this new one we created over here. Um, Tile has box. Oh, this one's also going to have to come out. We're doing two at one time. Tile has box probably shouldn't even go here. We take an XYZ, then we actually like call into the game state. Okay. That was easy enough. Um, comment this out. It's probably gonna trip. Like, hey, we don't have that function. Hey, hey, we don't have that function. Hey, we don't have that function, dog. I need another soda. Okay, so what we do is say, hey, we actually do have that function. You're just being like fucking stupid about it. So we thought, hey, we're gonna get. Don't worry, we're gonna give you that function later. It's all good. You don't have to worry about it. So here we go. Check it. So we were in the middle of doing this one, right? So we're gonna tell this one too. Hey, we actually do have Talhaz box. Don't worry about it. So when the linking process is all done, it will use that. So now this is no longer static, and we can tell this guy, hey, we actually have that function. So our try entity move, this old one, that's gone. This is getting commented out. Okay, very good. Now, you also have to create a rule for the new thing we just did. Try entity move. First, make sure everything still works. Oh, we're missing a ooh, oops. This one also gonna have to come out. NPC living count. Right, right. So we declare that we're using that over here. You got it. We're all good. LibLogic tile NPC living count. We're just gonna drop that right in, right here. And then we're gonna go up here. Um, oh, that's box. All right, moment of truth. Fresh build. Hey, look at that. No errors. Would you imagine that? Yeah, I did talk about displaying the sprite. Now that I've kind of got some of that cleanup out of my system, maybe that's the next good target of things to do. It's a little bit more visually engaging for y'all. I know how boring all that make file and fucking code cleanup shit is. All right, so this looks good. All right. And now with Logic, we could actually really get rid of some of this dead old stuff. Eventually, a lot of this is also going to move into their own files. Oh, my baby's up. Aha, you know what that means. I will be right back. You know what to do. It's music time.
Infernal quake.
All right, we are back. Time for some nighttime code mode. I said I was going to avoid playing some games, and I mean it. Normally, right now, I'd be booting up something like Passive Exile or Skyrim. I got my own game I want to make. I think an easy last thing for me to do tonight before I call it quits and decide to do something like play video games. So on the character creation screen, we actually want to draw at minimum one frame of a sprite in that red box, just to like be as a placeholder for, you know, actually drawing the real sprite, or for instance, animating the sprite and all that kind of stuff. What I was thinking of doing, as like, because I was saying earlier, I don't know what like the best way to do this is. As a workaround, I was thinking of creating some sort of like dummy entity that gets a sprite group attached to it, and then it becomes basically just like access the sprite group map, and then you're good. So I'll probably save, you know, like upgrading the sprite group map and all that kind of stuff for another time. But for right now, this is actually kind of a good target. So I'm pretty sure that the character creation screen is just a function in the lib draw hierarchy, obviously. So all I would have to do to get cooking here, if Miss Graceface wants to get her butt out of my face or off my arm. Oops, careful, don't boop your head. Don't boop your head, baby. Oh, big yawn. Oh, big yawn. Just chill out. Mm. So conveniently, it was the draw character creation screen that we moved out from libdraw to begin with. So we've already kind of done some of the code organization ahead of time. So this is the placeholder sprite, or this is basically the red box that you see on that screen. And in order to draw even like one frame from the sprite sheet, we're going to have access to the textures. Problem is, textures, stored in an array called texture info. So if any function is going to want to use this, I believe I'm going to have to declare it as an extern, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think, Grace? She's like, I got no opinion on this one. But I believe it should be that easy. So let's give it a shot. All right, so in character creation, we're gonna wire it up so that we draw the hero, or like, you know, the first frame of like the idle human animation. I believe I can just say extern like that. And we'll figure out the destination. All right, so first we have to pass it a texture. The text info of tx human idle dot texture. Pass the source, pass it a destination. Pass it an origin, pass it a rotation, pass it a temp. Pretty sure that's correct. Origin rotation tank, yep. I've done this plenty of times before. Obviously, the size is going to have to be some zoom factor relative to this rectangle. So actually, we should pull this rectangle out. And that should draw directly on top of the red rectangle. So unless I am mistaking how extern works in this context, let's try it out. Hey, look at that. Now, to make it better and to like make it conform more to the like to not only make it more center but to like stretch it out more, what we're gonna have to do is trim the source. So on the left hand side of the actual drawing of the sprite, there's something like 12 pixels. And there's like there's a 12 by 12 offset, right? And then we're really trying to snap out like an 8 by 8 area. And look, and that's kind of nice that like just that one function compiles and then the game rebuilds. That's kind of clean. You gotta admit, like that actually is, you know, a direct point towards, you know, kind of like structuring things in this way. That's kind of big, but you know what? It fits. And we could even make it a little bit smaller, you know, like kind of like a destination 2. And we can draw like a blue lines. And like if we have an XY for this, you add some padding, right? Like and then we would subtract the pad off of the size of that rectangle. Okay, so it actually moved, but it didn't like subtract as many off the right as it should have. So it needs to actually be minus pad times 2. And it's starting to get better. So now we can actually specify just like one value to change that. So it's like instead of 10, maybe we do 40. And that's pretty good. That's actually really solid right there. That's a very good placement. I mean, we could probably maybe even make it a little bit bigger, but this gets the point across. Like, so at the moment, we don't have a way to change race, but can easily imagine doing that. So we're going to have a mechanism that allows us to handle selection of like race so that I can press left and right when I'm on that screen. Um, so we actually have a whole ass structure for character creation. Um, so we should have access to that over here. Yeah, because it's in the game state. So we'd be able to just like check G dot para creation. So as an example of this, we're going to default it to human idle, but if G dot, no, G pointing to character creation, pointing to race, exactly equal to race human, then the texture key gets set to human idle. Else, if it's equal to orc, so we'll just start with those two, right? Like being able to flip back and forth would demonstrate kind of like the whole point of the thing that I'm going for here. So character creation, right? I have a whole function dedicated to handling the input on the character creation screen because I saw ahead that like containerization or like isolation of like when something happens and where is really important. So I handle things on a scene by scene basis. So that way, like every scene has its own input handler. And that way we can select between input handlers depending upon what scene is currently being rendered. So if we're on the character creation screen and you press enter, then we just assume you're good to go. If you press space, then it re-rolls the first three stats that we're starting with. And then if you press escape, you go back to the title screen. So we're going to introduce flipping between races. If input state is pressed, key left. Else if key right. So we'll literally just flip back and forth between those two. And the result should be that we'll actually see the race flip back and forth on the screen. Yes. Oh, sick. And the text also updates too. Oh, that's pretty good. We should take a look at the race enum. Because ideally we have the ability to like we actually, instead of like hard coding everything like that, we just actually like increment like through the races, right? You with me? So instead of doing something silly like this, oh, it won't let us do that. Duh. So what we can do to work around this? Is we'll force the casting from one type to another, because at the bottom of everything, enums are generally integers. So if I want to be able to like increment through the enum, then I have to do something like this. Similarly, we would be doing that in the other direction. So you press right, I'm going to plus plus through that. If we wanted to make this really gross and try to one line it, essentially we would have to do we have to take this whole thing, Cast it as an integer. Subtract 1 from it. And then cast the whole thing as a race. So that's kind of fucking ugly code though, right? Like if we were to compare these 3 lines versus this, one of these is more pleasant than the other. Let's see if this works. Because actually, no. You know what? It won't. We because we have not handled all of those cases. So we'd have to build some sort of relationship between each race and each texture, right? Like so because like texture human idol is 13 away from orc, and even then orc is defined 4 away or like 3 away from like the human race and the enum. So there's already like a problem like creating a direct relationship because we'd have to like handle each case separately. So to deal with that, we will just manually implement halfling goblin. So we'll see. Oops. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Human, orc, elf, dwarf, halfling, goblin, green slime, green slime, bat, wolf, ward. Brutal. Let's try it out though. Uh-oh. What we're going to do for the source instead is, instead of trimming out just that area, because some parts of some sprites are bigger than that kind of implies, but everything's still focused around an 8x8 area. But each frame of each, I forgot, is actually 32, because it's 12 pixels of padding on the left, 12 on the right, plus 8 in the middle. That's 32. So uh-oh. We got actual crash going backwards like that. So over in lib logic, we're gonna have to make sure that, like, if race greater than 1, so that way we don't increment to 0. Similarly, if race is less than, race count -1. So that should prevent us from going off the deep end there. But another way we could do it, we loop back around to the halfling. Similar up here. If you're going in the other direction, then at the moment we end back up on Warg. Okay, the Warg is not drawn in the correct spot though. Um, oh, because we never saved that. Okay, so that's not bad. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty clean. Um, So we probably want to actually scale it back up so that it's drawing towards the size of the red box now. And we probably even do it like a third. We could probably like try to find the box a little bit bigger even. So you probably introduce like negative padding. Yeah, yeah. So it works in the other direction too. Okay, that looks really good. Let's stop drawing the boxes for a moment. Damn, that looks good. Now, at the moment, like the starting character may not necessarily be respected by the game loader, but that shouldn't be too hard, right? Oh, whoops. I forgot to delete that branch too. Make sure nothing's broken. Okay, this is good. See, yeah, you can't push it like into the sword. The sword's like right here. I pick the sword up. Now I can push it past it. I don't want to push it into that wall because it would get stuck, right? So All right. It's all gravy. It's all clean. See how easy this is. Create player. So it takes a race as a parameter. And we just hard coded that in right here. What we should do instead is this. Technically, because we're passing G to it, we should really get rid of the need to pass a race in at all. And even then, for like create NPC, we should do the same thing there too. Although, no, we should leave it for create NPC because this needs to be more generic because we're only really pulling the race type for the character creation screen just for create player. Whereas with create NPC, we might be pulling that information from some other location. It appears like I'm doing some sort of weird gesture. It's because I'm cracking my bones, stretching. I've been sitting at the computer a long time, and I don't mean just today. I mean across the whole of my existence. Now we no longer need to pass race to it. Excuse me. Now I want to play as an orc. Uh-oh. It did not do what it should have done. Um, hmm. Or maybe we're not properly handling the drawing code. Maybe the drawing code is assuming, or when we go to create the sprite. So no, it's properly attaching. Yeah, it should be handling it should be handling the races correctly. You take a look. Hmm. I need to get some debugging information. Uh-oh. I gotta update my or maybe. Okay, it's not spamming the terminal, so I need to update makefiles test lib draw. It says we should be passing CXX flags. Okay, do I have to like do that now? Okay. Okay. It's properly spamming the terminal, so that's good. Wanted to be able to do that for a reason. It's been a while since I've needed debug output. So for some reason it like even though we've implemented character selection or human sorry, even though we've implemented race selection, on a character creation screen. Even though I thought I wired things up correctly, apparently not. So I have to do debugging on why this is happening. So I need to be able to print out, like, when we go to create player, and we actually create him, like, because create player is like a higher level call to create NPC, because effectively it's like we need a way to distinguish like the player entity from all of the other entities. So like all of the other entities might be entity type NPC, but this dude's entity player, but he has still all of the same kind of properties that, you know, a regular ass dude would have. So when we call create NPC, we do all this stuff. It's mostly just adding components. Race is right here. And so we would want to like verify that like the correct race is actually being attached, because if the problem isn't here, then it's with the drawing code and how it's selecting like which sprite to actually use. So we need to print out at entity creation see we're pulling race from here, creating player. On race, I've got a map of strings. Realistically, we should end up making this like a STL data structure for ease of access. Um, Doing it as a function is probably very silly, but it's what it is. So we want race to string. For RT. And actually, we want to do .c string. So this would be able to print out like which race is actually being pulled down here. I selected elf. Oh, I did not properly make it, did I? No, I didn't. All right, see, it even says race elf up there. Character creation confirmed. Create player. Ah, it's all the way up here. I'll show y'all what I'm looking at. Oh, interesting. Okay. I found the problem. Check it out. So if we go back up through the debug, there's all the stuff that's happening in the interactions between liblogic and GameState before anything even gets drawn. Here's our create player statement that we just wrote. And here's the race that it's actually saying is currently selected. In other words, it's not being updated properly. Oh, wait. Hmm. So this it's properly recognized here. So what's changing after you hit enter on the character creation screen? Nada. And we know it's recognizing it because we're able to move left and right through them. Oh, there's got to be something it's like not rebuilding, right? No, we're deleting everything. Okay, so when we press enter on that screen, oh, I know why. Because we're create the entity is he's being created before. Fuck. He's being created before you ever get to the character creation screen. So we won't even call create player until like much later. So we'll create all that boxes and stuff, but we don't actually want to create our dude until after character creation, right? So yeah, naturally it yells at us because um we're attempting to do something with the hero ID or the current turn. And 68. So we're attempting to call increment texture alpha on the hero ID during liblogic tick. Um, hmm. 865. Set blocking. Oh, okay. And really, this should be on a scene by scene basis. But I'm just going to kind of hack things together here. Okay, 507 this time. Get location. I go 7 again. Okay, good, good. Okay, so after we create, or like, sorry, now we can create the player. Like, all right, take this line. And over and handle input character creation scene. After they hit enter, um, we initialize everything by setting the game state entity turn to whatever entity ID gets returned by create player. So whatever that gets set to, um, that's what we determine as the hero ID. So now things should properly function. It's a little bit trickier than I was expecting. Oh, nice. And we get to see him fade in as well. It's pretty cool. So human works. Let's try elf. Uh-oh. That's interesting. Tech vault. Oh shit. Why did it work for human but not the others? $288. That's actually this line. So we set the hero ID. Oh, curious. It actually crashed while setting the inventory. Which is weird because there's no reason it should specifically crash on that when it works. Well, it worked for human. It did. Y'all saw it. Hey, there we go. Now that's really curious. Why would it work for human? And even then, did we just like get lucky? Is it like kind of glitchy? Hey, look at that. Yeah, it is kind of glitchy. So it actually does work, and there's another bug underneath the hood that we're gonna have to dig into. Let's see how it handles movement. Yeah, yeah. We can select elf to play as now, and they interact the same way. Um, that's fucking cool. So we got some other bug with regards to inventory. Um, there's dwarf. Try something interesting like bat. So you can play as the bat now. Pretty cool. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, some weird crash on in on the inventory. You play the big warg. You notice how he kind of overflows into the other tiles? I think that's like there's going to be a reasonable limit to like how big of a thing we can put on one tile is, because I absolutely want to avoid any sort of mechanics where like we have to start defining like multiple hitboxes and shit like that. That shit would be so fucking annoying. So this should hopefully like facilitate easier like development over time. A little bit of a bug there, I notice. You see how like his face is going behind the box. So realistically, like when we actually render everything, we're gonna want to like render things in a very specific order. Where like I think at the moment we're just like rendering all of the entities in whatever order they come in, but we really need to like draw all of the entities of certain classes one class at a time, and then define like the order of those entity classes in order to properly do this. Isn't he cute? He's got a cute little bite like that. Really, he's supposed to be a guy that you're fighting, but with this system that I've created here, ideally any entity can become any other entity. And one of the mechanics that I need to implement underneath the hood down the line, yeah, I don't know how pressing it's going to be, but I'm going to want to like for instance, like if you get hit with a wand of polymorph, right? Like have you ever played NetHack or Dungeons and Dragons? So you get hit with a wand of polymorph, right? And you're human, but then oops. But then you get hit. Now you're a fucking green goblin, right? You didn't do anything wrong. So one of the things that's kind of like up for debate is whether or not we do like camera follows the player. Actually, that really should be something that's like toggleable, right? Because at the end of the day, I want the player to have some sort of control over the camera, but I also want like there to be a reasonable default. So I actually got some shit done today. You know, it was a good time, good start back up. You know, good step in the right direction. You know, there's still a lot to do, and as I kind of get these things worked out, I'm eventually going to reintroduce, you know, the actual dungeon navigation and a lot of stuff like that. And eventually I'll be able to like actually start like pushing new builds again. Because it's been a long time. Last build that I actually pushed was months ago. I was in a pretty good workflow where I was pushing builds like really frequently. And I'll probably end up getting something close to this back up to start with. And then I'll set it up so that when you go down a dungeon floor, you can actually like play through some stuff. But and effectively this will be kind of like a loading ground. And maybe even start working out like an intro tutorial or some shit. I have to piss though. I do apologize, but I got a pee pee. All right. Hey, buddy, come here. I think we're ready to say bye-bye. You know, my animals want my attention. Look at this guy. How can I tell him no? All right. Ms. Grace just got back from some business, and we're gonna go ahead and call it an evening. We got some stuff done. We've been on for like 4 hours already. And he's purring. I can feel him. Okay. Tell everybody bye-bye. Bye-bye. We'll be back for more after we sleep it off. What a big boy. Okay, buddy. We'll take a break. I hope everyone's learned something tonight. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you fuck with me, if you fuck with my animals, you want to see us blow the fuck up, you want to see us get big as shit, like, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff for me. And take care of yourselves. Always be learning. Yeah. So bye-bye. Whoa. Quickly. Goodbye, bud. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Oh. Okay. This is Evil Dojo with Dogo and the Kato and the human. Until next time, everyone, have a good evening. We'll be back for more very soon in a similar format. I had fun today. We got some stuff done.